Good news, everybody! It's day 10. That's the good news of NaNoWriMo. Hello, and welcome to the stream. It's Monday of another week, and we need music. There we are. Nice, quiet, Bach's cello, suite number 1. And we also need to do a couple of things before we actually begin writing. First of all, I need to do this chat message. There we are. That needs to be pinned. There we are. Oh, and now it pops up above my head. All right, there we are. And then I just realized that we need to update our some things here on our progress. It's day 10 and yesterday was day 9. So let's do that real quick. So progress text. Let's see. So we didn't update this apparently. This was yesterday. And then day 10 goal. Done. What is the day 10 goal? Did we not update that yesterday? What the actual F? Did I really forget to do that as well? Oh my. So the daily goal yesterday was supposed to be 15,000. That was actually day 9. I need to go back and check that. I need to What? Did I really forget to do that? Okay, but today's goal, today is day 10. And day 10's goal is 16,067. That also makes more sense with where we ended up yesterday on day 9. 20,000. You can't see me. I don't. Wow. Okay. So I need to have the transition of that. Yeah, studio environment. Never mind. It's fine. It's fixed now. So yeah, yesterday we got to 20,000. Which actually, if we go over here, you see 20,000 is our day 12 goal. So we should be, well, before we finish writing today, we are 2 days ahead of schedule, which is great. We should be 3 days ahead, above 3 days ahead, because well, we're going, there's like 5 pages to the 13th marker, and we're definitely going to do those today. So what I realized yesterday, if you saw me yesterday, I had a little bit of trouble because as you can see here, day 12 is 20,000 words, right? And as you can see on our progress down there, after yesterday, we're above 20,000. But the progress marker is all the way down here on this page. What? I know, that's crazy. But I figured out what happened. I miscounted. Again. Yes. Me and math. It's alright, but I do a lot of sloppy errors, and this is definitely one of them. One of the bigger ones, I would say. But I don't know if you remember, but we had the same problem when we with our daily word progress, where I had rounded down from these two numbers that I'm using, words per line and words per page, average words per page. And it was much more correct once we actually just used these these spaces here. What I realized is if you see here handwritten pages per new book, then we need to do an average of 4.6 a day to reach 50,000, the goal of 50,000 in 30 days. And that's that in particular is a little bit above what we actually need, but let's just, for the sake of simplicity, 4.6 is the average. And that 0.6 in a book that is 39 lines per page, that 0.6 turns out to be 23.4 lines. So I invite you to the first page that we wrote, and we will have the master sort of counting, because you can't see that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I rounded up. It was supposed to be 23, and actually somewhere in the middle here of line 23. But when I'm using 24, and I rounded up because in my head that was actually, then I was sure I would make the make the word count. But that also means that all of these markers are, each of them are a line wrong. They should be further up. And not only that, and I think that has happened somewhere in these 12-day marker lines as well, because if I count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually, okay, so I don't actually know how to count that entirely, or do I? 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's definitely... Okay, so it was further down yesterday. I think we changed it. It was at 28 lines down, which was way too much. So if we correct everything, and I haven't done that yet, but I will do it at some point. If we correct everything, this 12-line marker actually ends up being around here, or maybe even down here on page 56. So it's all good. I am doing things. My math is correct. It has been my rounding up and rounding down that has been super incorrect. And that's, that happens. And my general idea was that I needed it in order to make sure, because I'm using an average, I need in order to make sure that I would make the 50,000 words for true. But I don't think that's going to be a problem at all, even with just using the actual number, the 23.4. Okay. With that out of the way, we will jump right to it. We had this chapter of Vespa being explained about the temple of the drowned and the drowners a little bit by a fire who is armoring up to go on a mission. And we're gonna go to, we're gonna transition into Vespa trying out to see if she can feel the water, like a fire trying to teach her some water magic, basically. the water and the blessed water. So let's just read a little bit. Let's read from here. Vespa has noticed that Afaya have a tattoo down here by her armpit. Oh my god, I keep hitting everything. What does that? What does the drawing mean? Or maybe she said tattoo. What does that tattoo? What does the drawing mean? She then blurted out, not giving it much thought. Afaya stopped and looked at the wall behind her armor stand. Still her back turned to Vespa standing on the table. What drawing? She then asked as she clanked back. The one by your armpit, Vespa explained. I've never seen it before, but I saw it when I came back and you were putting on your Under Armour. Is it new? What does it look like? What is it? Yeah, what is it supposed to look like? Afaya looked as if she was choosing her words carefully, wisely, calmly laying her gauntlets and her helmet on the table next to Sire Brendan's one lonely gauntlet. There's definitely some phrasing here. No, it's not new, she then finally admitted, her face still serious. I got it a long time ago, from a time of my life that I would like not to talk about. And I would like it if you never told about it to anyone, okay? Vespa was a little weirded out. It's a little something. I'm missing a word here. What? I don't know what that was supposed to say. Vespa was a little, but still agreed with. Oh, still agree with an okay. Right, okay. That's a strange way. Is it not? Strange. Was a little. I don't know what that was supposed to be. She was a little. No, anyway. A little overwhelmed, a little shocked, a little puzzled. Let's just say puzzled. Should write something down. Was a little puzzled. And then we can comment that and say, eh? I need you to promise me. Can you do that? Okay, I promise. Good. Thank you. Afaya sounded a little relieved. I'm sorry that I can't tell you more right now, but I just need you to trust me, alright? Afaya sent her another look of sapphire deep into Vespa's eyes. And then, when the time is right, I promise you that I'll tell you everything. Is that okay with you? It was only a silent nod that came from Vespa, but that was all Afaya needed to get. Thank you. Silence filled the room as the two sisters seemed to only occasionally look at each other, and only sometimes at the same time. The clay water basin that is mentioned earlier, definitely mentioned earlier, and jug caught Afaya's eyes. She picked them up and set them down again next to Vespa. Come here, sit down by this, Afaya told her little sister and placed her hand. And we're off. Placed her hand. Oh my god. And we're definitely off. Oh my goodness. To indicate where. table. And I already need to look up a word. And a little obeyed, really? I just feel like obeyed is just so... Vesper did as she was asked. Vesper did as she was asked. And I just realized that we might go beyond page 60 today. Probably go beyond page 60. Right. That's early. Okay. Vesper did as she was asked and sat down on her knees. Next to the wash basin. She looked. I guess this should be a paragraph. She looked at her. She looked at her older sister. Curious, but with some anticipation, yes. So we have a choice. I feel like I have a choice right now. Afaya, she's going to pour water into the wash basin, and then she's going to try to teach Vesper some water magic, or like her how to feel the water, right? We're going to see first Afaya do something with the water. And then Vesper's going to try. And I feel like I have two choices here. I have the choice of this is the first time that Afaya is trying to teach Vesper something, or this water magic in particular, which could be interesting enough. Hey, I forgot to move the. Okay, now we're gonna do that after I'm talking, which could be interesting enough, you know. It could be something that weighed Vesper down, that she deep down knew she probably won't be a paladin because she cannot feel the water at all. That could be interesting. Or it could be that this isn't the first time, but it's just another time that Afaya is testing Vespa's abilities. And that could probably be a more emotional state we would end up in, because then that would mean that Vespa is actually walking around with this over her head, or like this weight on her shoulder, that she wants to be a paladin of the vigorous oath, but she knows she can't feel the water the same way as Afaya is, or the other paladins or squires. And I think as I'm saying that, I'm leaning towards the second option, that this is actually something Vespa has tried before. Afaya has tried teaching Vespa before. And we can get this connection that Vespa is, or this tension, this drama, that Vespa has a weight on her shoulder, basically, right? And that Vespa is afraid of disappointing her older sister. I think we definitely want to do that. Now, I realized that I forgot to update the goal triangle over here. That one. So I'm gonna go in here, and you shouldn't be able to see me going here. And then I'm going to take the goal, which is that one. And we're going to move it. And we're going to move it here. No! God damn it. I dropped it. And it made a mess on my book. No. Who knew that putting the fountain pen in my mouth could have such disastrous consequences? Okay, but it should be alright and updated now. So I'm gonna go out of that studio mode. That does make more sense. It felt like we were on the progress bar way too much ahead. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. Curious, but with some anticipation. Yeah. This what? What happened? What? Oh my god. How did that happen? Oh my goodness. It's an ink explosion. So I want to have the around 10. That was the miscount for the markers. $25. Ink explosion. Explosion. I know. Welcome to the chat, Sour Novel. Oh no. I seriously don't know where that ink came from. because I was holding it in my hand. Oh, well. Oh no, NaNoWriMo is is over. Just cancel it. The ink exploded out on my page. Cancel NaNoWriMo. I'm just gonna go home. Actually, I am home, but you know. So thank you for the support, Sarah. That's much appreciated, actually. Right. Okay. Curious with sensitive. So yeah, let's go with that. That Vespa is actually, she knows what's about to happen. But as Aphia poured water into the wash basin, into the clay. Vespa's heart sank a little. Vespa's heart sank. I seriously think that I'm getting worse at writing by the day, almost by the minute. As she realized what was, her heart sank a little. What they were about to attempt, what they were about to attempt. By the way, Sarah, how is your NaNoWriMo coming along? I hope it's going great. If you're still in the chat. What's the matter? Thanks, it's going well. Slowed down over the weekend though, but I'm getting back into writing for the week. Sweet, good to hear. And yeah, I slowed down a little bit. Well, Saturday I spent more time than I felt that I should on writing off stream. So I didn't actually slow down, I just spent more time on it, and I went to bed way later than I intended. But yeah, next weekend I won't be getting much writing done at all either. But we should definitely be, dare I say it, over halfway by Thursday. I think so. Yeah, it happened. Yeah, I had been moving for my friend all day, and I got home and I was just so tired. There was just nothing going on in my brain. Aphia already knew Why her little sister? Her little sister. Suddenly acted a little bit different. Acted a little bit different. A little. Sort of shy and reserved suddenly. Sort of shy and reserved. As it wasn't the first time. So do we write here it wasn't the first time that Affair wanted to test Vespa? Wasn't the first time they did the test. I don't know. No, now we're writing it. But she also felt the need to ask. She also felt the need to ask to calm any nerves beforehand. To calm any need beforehand. To calm any need, any nerves. What the hell? I even said need out loud. Why did I say need? Great. It's a great start to today's live stream. Vespa held back a little. Until she held back a little until my A's and U's are so close to each other. Until the wash basin was about halfway filled. I don't feel like it. She said. I don't feel like it, she said. she muttered. Her words barely loud enough to hear. Her words barely loud enough to hear by any other than herself. Whoops. By any other than herself. Yes. Other than herself. Come on, don't worry. They're trying to be as encouraging as possible while trying to be as encouraging as possible. For simple. It doesn't take long. It won't hurt. It sounds like an adult trying to convince a child to get a vaccine. It won't hurt a bit. I'm trying to be as encouraging as possible. You know it doesn't hurt. You know that it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. It's not that. Vesper argued. And paused again. And went silent again for a little while. Looking away. Then why don't you feel like it? What's wrong? Sorry. What's wrong? It's just another pause. Vesper didn't know if you wanted to say it out loud. Didn't know if she wanted to say it out loud. You almost couldn't see what I was writing, where I was. Good thing I noticed. I can never do it. I can never do it. And I'm scared that if I can't, then I'll never be able to become a paladin. They will be able to become a paladin. She had to fight back a few tiers as she explained herself. Explain yourself. Explain not yourself. Affair ran her. Ran her fingers through Vespa's fingers through Vespa's crimson hair. And caressed her pointed ears. It didn't just seem to calm Vespa. Vespa a little bit. It also helped herself with nerves. Affair had also had the same thought. But oh no, now we're coming down to Smudge City. No. But she was never going to say that out loud. To say that out loud. You shouldn't worry. My beloved. My beloved. That's not why we're doing it today. Doing it Now, I can assure you something like not being entirely convinced. I'm actually quite happy with having this as like this mentioned, because that also gives a reason as to why Afire has developed the character Vesper of the Vigorous Oath. You know, that's like a reassuring idea in her head that she can do it, or someone named Vesper, someone looking like her, can be a paladin. I thought I just had it. What I wanted to say, and now it's just poof, gone. God damn, that just went right out my mind. What the hell? What the hell? Vesper was just suspicious, but Oh my god. That really just went straight out the 1 year. Let's just go with Vespa. Didn't quite believe her older sister. And felt the need to dig into what she was saying. Do you not want me? Do you not want me? Oh, we're soon done with page 57, and for some reason we didn't write that down yesterday. What is going on? There's so many things that we didn't do. And did I just... I did, didn't I? I think I just painted myself. I did. Very well done. Very beautiful. This. Oh my god. This day is just... what is going on? Do you not want me to try and feel the waters? This should be cursive. Feel. Oh my god. Feel the waters. Suspicion. Was quickly taking swiftly. Taking over Vespa's immediate shyness. Taking over Vespa's reservation. About what was happening. At least for a moment. At least. Moment. Adds character, says Sarah, is like the... Do you mean the ink on my face now? Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's my own type of tattoo. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for being so positive about it. it is important to look things in a positive light. I feel like I've written suspicion wrong. Spelled it wrong. Suspicion. Suspension? No. Suspicion. Suspicious. Suspicion. No? Alright. I do, if I admit it. And it is indeed something you'll need when you begin Squirehood. But something. But that is not why we're going to do it right now. That is not. It's not. Why we're going to try it now. Vespa didn't find that particularly reassuring. Didn't find that particularly reassuring. And she also didn't quite believe it. She also didn't quite believe it. Oops, believe. If not to see if I can do it now. if not to see if I can do it now. So I can begin to catch up. With how far my ability should be, with how far. With how much I can feel the water. Does this sentence make sense? I'm not quite sure. If not, to see if I can do it now. So I want to catch up. When that is page 57 done. 58 is next. Let's go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. When you want me to start squirehood, squire training, then why even do it? Yes, let's go, says Sarah. Let's go indeed. One page done, 4 to go for today at least. Faya smiled, but didn't answer the question. But didn't answer the question. But instead countered with one of her own. Countered. Are you really that scared? I was about to say, it doesn't make sense for her to ask if Vesper is scared now that Vesper has already said herself that I'm scared that I can't Are you really that scared? It was also a tactic. It was also a tactic to light some passion. To light a little fire, to light a tiny fire in the little body. Tiny fire. Fire. Oh my god. In the little body. Once again, another pause. Another pause as Vesper looked at the still water in the wash basin. As Vesper stared at it. Stared. It didn't look so scary. Scary at all. But then again, it wasn't so much what the water wasn't so much what wasn't so much the water itself, so much the water itself that she didn't like, that she didn't something. Yeah, that you didn't like. But what failing? What failing? It. But failing the test. But what failing the test once again would mean failing the test once again meant what would Vespa of the Vigorous Oath do? Vespa of the Vigorous Oath do? A fire goaded on, goaded. Is that a word? Goaded. Yes. So what I guess this is actually not just about Vespa failing this feeling the water, not being able to use the water type of thing, but I'm actually going to explain a little bit about how magic works. And that didn't occur to me until just now. Do I know how my magic works? So far it's just been like feeling it. Which I guess we can expand on that idea. The way one feels it. She's always, already, not always, she's already a paladin. So she doesn't need to see if she can feel it, feel the water or not. Vespa's It was almost as if it was almost as if Vespa managed to discourage herself. As if Vespa managed to discourage herself. Even further. But if she didn't, if she wasn't, would she still not try it? Just gonna try something over here. Would you still not try it? Maybe. Maybe not. ... Best word ever for the word count. I thought you always said that, Vespa. I thought you always say that Vespa of the vigorous oath isn't afraid of anything. A fire kept them going. Or is that just something? Is that just something? Is that courage? Just something? Reserved? Again, we just had reserved, but reserved for beasts and dragons and such. Beasts and monsters and dragons. A little water is too much then. It's too much. Just wondering how I'm going to describe the feeling of this magic. I think I sort of have an idea. Yeah, but of course we need to get there first. No. Vespa reluctantly answered. Vespa reluctantly answered. Okay, I'll try. Yeah, because then we can actually also use that the feeling of how the water, like the feeling of the magic, then we can use that later on when Vespa is being taught stuff by her mentor, by Reynaive, the Feyen spirit. And then we can sort of have the same language around how it feels. Yeah. I'm quite happy with that, actually, that idea. She finally agreed. She finally agreed. I never doubted you. Doubted that you would try. doubted that you wouldn't. If I had said attempting to sound as comforting as possible. Attempting sounding as comfortable while seeming strong. While seeming strong and unfazed. And unfazed. Is there a British spelling for unfazed? Unfazed. Or unfazed? No. No. Okay, it is actually just with a Z. Her little sister gave her a quick glance. As she shifted on her knees. Don't worry so much. Faye went on. This is just us being curious. This is just us being curious. And not so much a test, and not a test, even if you keep calling it that. anybody else? Can we just start? Vesper just wanted it over with. And she didn't care, and she didn't care, she did not care for any of the reassuring words, for any of the reassuring words. That her sister felt the need. That her sister felt the need to do we have any other words for say? Say. To need to express. Express. Let's go with that. Right away, little lady. So I need to make sure nicknames and when she said, when Afea calls her my beloved, that's like when she is loving and caring. When she calls her little lady, that has sort of been both when Vesper has been sassy, but also when Afia herself has been, how would you say it, annoyed with her. Like, you get back here, little lady. Nicknames. And when. We're sort of close to the end of page 58, aren't we? A little bit closer. I'll start by showing you what I want you to try. And then it's your turn with me, with my guidance. It's your turn with my guidance. And remember, you cannot be wrong in this. You cannot fail. When it isn't a test, it isn't a test. Vesper's large, vibrant copper eyes. Showed every emotion. That she didn't say. When waiting for her older sister to begin. Her older sister to begin. Okay. A fire continued, not waiting for an answer. Continued, and not wait. Didn't wait for an answer. And didn't wait for an answer. I want you to take your left hand and place it into the water and put it into the water. She did that herself. Does that make any sense? Look at how close we are to the next page. She did just as she said. Just as she said. Placing her olive-skinned hand down in the simple clay basin. Then I want you to close your eyes. I want you to close your eyes. Your eyes. Like I'm doing now. And feel the water. Really feel it. Again, this should be cursive, I think. Really feel it. Feel how it's slightly cold. Feel how it's slightly cold, how how the water envelops your hand, envelops your hand. Every nook and cranny. Every nook and cranny, every finger, every wrinkle, every wrinkle on your skin, under your nails, under your nails where they abandon your body, where they disappear, no, abandon, disregard your body, where they desert your body, leave behind, leave your body behind, where they leave your body behind. And this definitely needs to be commented and phrasing, because this is a weird one. Okay, I should probably start with feel how the water envelops your hand, every nook and cranny, blah blah blah, and then feel how it's slightly cold, chilly, how that chill makes its way up your arm. But you know, we're gonna write that here instead. Where they whiten and yeah, I'm not super happy with that on your nails, under your nails thing. But anyway, we'll feel the chill of the element. And how that chill extends up your arm, up your up your wrist. Your forearm. And that was page 58. Let's go to page 59. Oh my god, we are so close to page 60. There was 2 pages for tonight. Let's go. Wasn't it? It's almost 2 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, wow, that's yeah, day 13 marker is way up. I've messed so much up in these markers. Holy smokes. 12 and 13 are so far away from each other. 1, 2, 3, 4. It should be somewhere on this page. It's like page too long. Never mind. We'll just keep on going. It won't stop us. Never. Vesper could see how her older sister almost went into a trance. Before she continued her guidance. She continued her guidance. This was what seeing a fire like that, seeing a fire like that was both awe-inspiring and disheartening at the same time. Both awe-inspiring. Is awe-inspiring in one word? Awe-inspiring. It is in a word with an apostrophe. No, not an apostrophe, a hyphen. Alright. It was both awe-inspiring and disheartening at the same time. Vesper knew that she never could feel the water, could feel the water. Even slightly like that. And she also knew that she still had to try. She also knew that she still had to try. She still had to try. In a little bit. And when you know the water, when you truly feel it, actually know the water, that's actually a good phrase. Should probably use later instead of now. Good phrase. Now a smudge city here. When you truly feel it. And with that smudge city, I'm just gonna do a quick bathroom break. Be right back, guys. All right, we back. Oh, that was great. Felt amazing. When you truly feel it, you take a deep breath. fancy that. Take a deep breath. I did as guided. The chill expands. First, your then your upper arms. Your shoulder and down into your chest. Your lungs, your tummy. Tummy, your heart. Afia shook her whole body. Shook her whole body. Suddenly. Smiling, smiling. Yet her eyes still closed. Smiling, yet her eyes still closed. Now you truly know the water. Truly know and feel the waters. You are the water. And the water is you. And then this is suddenly going very meta, very spiritual, but I mean, that makes sense, I think. Vespa could not recognize feeling like that with anything. Recognize feeling like that with anything. How do you know? How do you know? She asked. How I know that I am the water. And the water is me. Faya asked back. She didn't want to accidentally discourage, didn't want to accidentally discourage her little sister by answering the wrong thing. The wrong thing. Yes. Vespa didn't want to bring her sister out of the way she felt. I'm not happy with that out of the way. The way she felt. So she almost whispered it. So she almost whispered it. Whispered it. You just... If I thought for a minute, or for a second, thought... For a second... No. It's something that you cannot explain, but you know it's there. Cannot explain. But you know the feeling is there. It's there. Now I think I really like relate this to Vespa feeling eerie at the graveyard. Like she can't explain it, but it's just the way she feels, right? Just need to see that we indeed did start on page 57. Yes. I am a little bit wary that I keep starting paragraphs with Vespa and Afaya. We do that a lot. I mean, that might not be a problem, but at the same time, I do enjoy some variety. And you know, I think it makes you a better writer if you can sort of mix it up yourself. At least here and there. But if there's no way around it, could say the only feeling that Vespa couldn't explain was the eerie one. Eerie. That's wrong. Eerie. Eerie one she felt around the graveyard. Felt around the graveyard. That was as far from as pleasant as the feeling her older sister looked to have. Her older sister looked to have. There's something down here between the pages again. No. God damn it. When you know the waters like this, went on, not one. I want you to take your right hand I want you to take your right hand and place it just above the water. Just above She chuckled as something. She chuckled as she had a little trouble fitting both of her outstretched palms. Both of her... What's that? That's a... Both of her palms and outstretched fingers. Outstretched. Fingers into the basin. I don't know how small a wash basin would be, but you know, I'm guessing that you're not supposed to have your palms like that, both of them in there. Maybe you could. I don't know if that makes sense. Makes sense. It probably does not. If you can get them both in there. But I don't think you have that trouble, but I don't think you will have that problem. Vespa could almost see her blinking with closed eyes. Or would she? If Fae folks' hands are quite large, or would she? Fae hands. It almost looked like if I had tried to blink. Blinked with one eye, even though both were closed, even though both were closed. How long is this chapter? It's becoming. I feel like this is also becoming quite long. We get some rest. It's clearly much more needed. Okay, so it started here. So right now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.5, 7.5 ish. Oh, it's not too bad. I don't think this is going to turn out to be 26, 7, whatever it ended up being. The other one, chapter 5. Not that we care though. This is just about writing 50,000 words. That makes sense in a book context. This book context. Then I want you to think about, to imagine that the waters are in your right hand. Even though it's floating, even though the hand is floating just above it. But the feeling of the waters the knowledge of it and your knowledge and its knowledge of you, its knowledge. Is now in your right hand. Oh, we're so close. We were so close to you guys not being able to see what I wrote, and close to finishing page 59. Oh yeah. This page has gone very quick, very smooth. Even with the bathroom break earlier. The chill from the water surrounding your left hand is coursing through your veins all the way to your right hand. All the way to your right. And now, just now, Freya held another pause. Though Vespa wasn't sure if it was needed or for dramatic effect. Though Vespa wasn't quite sure if it was needed or if it was just for dramatic. Dramatic effect. Man, my F's are terrible as well. Truly terrible F's. Fair continued with another smile forming at the edges of her mouth, at the edges of her lips. Hey, page 59, let's go! Wahoo! That means we're moving on to page 60. And It means that we are one page. Yes. So that was 3 pages today, basically. Well, almost. 1, 2, and 3. We just need a couple of lines, and then we have that. And this is 4, and then the marker for page 13 should be somewhere on this page, but for unknown godly reasons, it's on the next. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Yes. No, I inked another page. For me, the edge of lips. Now you slowly move your right hand up, up and away. All of this wasn't new for Vespa. All of this wasn't new for Vespa. It was the same routine. It was the same routine that she always had to try. And yet she was still fascinated. And behind her apprehension, just need to make sure that apprehension is the word I'm looking for. Apprehension. Yeah. It was the same routine that she always had to follow. Didn't I say that? I just didn't write it. Follow. Cool. Cool beans. But behind her apprehension. But behind her apprehension. Behind her apprehension, she marveled. Her older sister and what was happening in the bowl. Even if it was training for beginners. The water in the bowl I sort of just realized something, and that is if the water is black and dead like the soil and ground around Black River's Keep here, we should probably have some sort of water tanks, like mentioning water tanks, you know, to get drinking water. Yeah, that needs to be a thing, I think. We'll fix it in post. Fix it in editing. It's good, it's all good. Okay, because this is gonna be the clear water. I'm gonna say here, and then from where this is clear water. The clear water in the bowl, it is clearly not black, dead water. Clear water in the bowl formed a small formed a small bump. Do we have another word for bump? Increment. You know, that didn't help me much. And I'm gonna say word. Directly underneath FAS. Affair's right hand. But soon the bump lengthened. Soon the bump lengthened. Lengthened. Almost like a finger reaching up from the wash basin. Swirling in its path. Swirling in its path to touch the one that it knew so intimately. Intimately. The one part that it was missing. And now Affair opened her eyes again. Opened her eyes again. To see a little sister with her mouth ever so slightly. I'm going to stop a little bit like there because it is coming up to 8 o'clock here and I'm hungry, so I'll just need 15 minutes to prepare some food and maybe eat it, and then I'll be back. Let's go to our break screen, and then we'll say break time. We'll say 15 minutes past. There we go. Just gonna say here, I'm gonna say break reading calamity. There we Or maybe not. Okay, and gonna stop this one, and I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Overwhelmed by Tuvahan's explosion, Huahun tried to find something to say as her spouse caught his breath. You actually really believe... Huahun was interrupted mid-sentence by a loud knocking. They both stood in silence, looking at the heavy oaken door in the ornamented stone arch of the outer wall. Tuvahan turned towards Huahun as another 3 knocks came from the door. However, this time it was his look to be met with a pair of begging, misty eyes, telling him not to open or say anything. Closing his own eyes, Tuvahan took a deep breath and turned to the still closed door. Come in. Huahun was the one to close her eyes now, resulting in a couple of tears running down her rounded cheeks as she heard her husband invite whoever was on the other side of the door into their home. The door opened with a heavy creak, and in entered a tall, pale human with long, slightly greasy grey hair and a full beard to follow. He had to bow quite a lot in order to fit through the oaken door made for dwarven heights. "Havenum vidaet," the human exclaimed with big, joyous lapis eyes and widespread arms. No one answered immediately. It took a little while for anyone to break the silence. "Videum a colineus et," Tuvahan finally said in return. "It means..." He stopped himself as he again looked to Huahun, her head shaking ever so slightly with pressed lips and wet, disappointed eyes. The human, quickly sensing the tension of the room, cleared his throat before also turning to Huahun. "My name Peter. Chapiter Peter. And I from 5 Pillar Teachings Company. Come." The introduction from the human was indeed in broken Dwarvish, but was nonetheless understandable, and followed by an extended hand, a traditional human greeting. Their way of saying hello to each other was one of the few things that Huahun knew about the outsiders. "You Huahun?" Peter asked. Huahun didn't meet his greeting, and only managed to scoff at the question while giving Peter the same look Tuvahan had received. "I see." There was a genuine sadness in Peter's voice as he retracted his arm and his greeting. "I guess her not with us coming?" As broken as Peter's Dwarvish was, Huahun couldn't help but be a little impressed by his abilities, even in her current state. After all, the humans had only arrived at Shinar Kien 3 or 4 months ago. "Ready, you?" Peter asked Tuvahan. "I am, just about." Kneeling down, Tuvahan closed and secured the lid of the travel chest, thus confirming what he had just said. He didn't look at Huahun until he stood up. Tuvahan's own eyes were teary as well. Over by the fireplace, Tuvahan's glance was met by still more watery eyes, pleading him not to ask what they both knew he was about to. The tears once again started to run down Huahun's rounded features as she silently mouthed the words, "Please" and "Don't." This was the moment that Tuvahan had been most afraid of ever since he had decided to leave Shinar Kien with the chapiters and their entourage. He was almost certain that he knew the answer to the unavoidable question coming up. Fighting to hold back his own tears, he forced a somber smile. "Are you coming or not?" Tuvahan's voice was trembling like never before. Huahun found that no words were able to slip through her lips. She could have known for years that this question would come, and she would still not have been ready for it. How could she? This wasn't the way their life together was supposed to end. But when her love asked that fateful question, the words were written on their last page. As much as Huahun loved the man in front of her, and as much as a part of her wanted to go with him, she simply could not. "No," she finally gained the composure to say, holding her tears for a moment. "I can't follow you. Not like this." "I know," Tuvahan answered with a voice barely more than a whisper. In an effort to hide his snivel and the tears that had started to flood down his square face and into his ever so comely dark brown beard, Tuvahan quickly turned to his belongings ready for travel. "Okay,
he said to Peter, who had been wordlessly waiting, and whose eyes had also started to water. "Shall we?" Tuvehan wiped his large boxy nose on his green linen shirt sleeve, grabbed his toolbox with one hand and one of the leather straps of his travel chest with the other. As Peter grabbed a hold of the matching strap on the opposite side, they lifted the chest up and started making their way towards the door. "Don't go," Huahun heard herself say. Much to everyone's surprise, but mostly Peter, who suddenly found himself holding the travel chest alone, Tuvehan almost threw the items in his hands to the floor and ran to Huahun on his stout dwarven legs. It resulted in large thunks and clanging of blacksmithing tools as he flew out of the toolbox and scattered across the stone floor. But Tuvehan could not care less. When he reached his love, Tuvehan seized her in a strong embrace. He couldn't stop sobbing as he held her as tight as he ever had. Feeling Tuvehan's strong arms around her, as well as the dampness of his tears as he pressed his face and beard against her neck and collarbone, Huahun closed her eyes and laid her own arms tightly around him in return. The sobbing of Tuvehan slowly turned to a deep, melodious humming, and for a breath or two, Huahun felt a touch of serenity. The warmth of holding each other in their arms, together with the harmonic sounds of Tuvehan's humming, almost made Huahun feel as if everything was going to be all right after all. However, the peaceful respite soon turned to dread as Tuvehan's humming turned to song. When she recognized the old dwarven ballad of farewell, the weight of what was happening came rushing back, and so did the tears to Huahun's now wide-open eyes. Tuvehan gently pushed himself away just a little. As he clutched Huahun's hands in his own, his hazel eyes looked at her with a sadness she never knew they could, while continuing to sing. "And should our paths nay cross anew, before the giants must awaken, learn that in my heart so waited, your spirit's place was ne'er taken." Tuvehan's deep voice wasn't trembling anymore when he tenderly moved Huahun's elusive locks of fiery red hair away from her face and behind her beautiful ears. And as he finished the song, his floods had turned back into single tears. Bowing his head, Tuvehan broke the mournful gaze that he and Huahun had locked each other in. "I'm sorry," was all he whispered. As Huahun stood speechless in front of her beloved, Tuvehan got up on tiptoes to kiss a single droplet away from her cheek. He squeezed her hands one more time before turning around and walking back to his new companion. Peter had gathered all of the blacksmithing tools and was struggling to give the toolbox back to Tuvehan with both his hands. Defeated, Huahun watched them both pick up the travel chest once again and walk to the heavy oaken door. "Leit haven som viatium ad," Peter said as he turned to Huahun and bowed as deep as he could with one hand still holding the chest before exiting the monarch weaver household. At first, Tuvehan walked out the door without as much as peeking in Huahun's direction. Huahun only managed to let out a small whimper in response to that. Not a moment after, though, two measured thunks and a bit of clanging could be heard from the cobbled streets outside the house. "I forgot this," Tuvehan said as he re-entered the doorway with half his body and reached for the grey woolen travel cloak on the wall. "And also, I forgot to say goodbye, Huhu." Their eyes met a final time as Tuvehan said goodbye. There was no water left in any of them, neither the ruby nor the hazel ones. Huahun was slowly moving her head from side to side as their looks lingered. "I am sorry," Tuvehan whispered once again. He took a last deep breath and left Huahun standing by the fireplace as he closed the door behind him. Alone, abandoned, Huahun was looking at the doorway and couldn't actually believe that Tuvehan had walked out the door just like that. But she also couldn't deny the overwhelming emptiness that came creeping in. Huahun didn't know how long she had been standing there by the fireside, but she suddenly realized that she was holding something in her hands. Still folded in front of her chest, Tuvehan must have handed her something just after they had embraced, but before he left her. Looking down, Huahun opened her hands to see the brooch of twigs and leaves that she had made for her best friend on top of the guard tower so long ago. The brooch which Tuvehan swore upon, promising to always be near her, and that they would one day travel the world together. The brooch which never left the garments of her love. Except not anymore. Now the brooch was resting in Huahun's hands and not pinned to Tuvehan's clothes. Now it was a broken promise, attached to nothing, and the more she looked at it, the more it seemed to be staring back at her. Håkun's heart skipped a beat, and a couple of tears from somewhere deep in her soul found their way over her cheeks and onto the stone floor of the dim home. The fires in the candles had gone out. So had the flames of the fireplace.
All right. I'm back. That looked to have worked this time. I didn't mess it up. So, there we go. And I still have a little bit of dinner to eat, as you could see. So, you know, just like the other days, I'm gonna grab a little bit here and there while we continue writing. I guess I technically still have a minute. You know. Until I said I would be back. Alrighty. Shall we continue with this with this water magic description of how is it actually working? Without giving anything else but vague descriptions and feelings, right? Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. And now if I opened her eyes again to see a little sister with a mouth ever so slightly open. Do we have wide? Ever so slightly wide. Mm-hmm. Now we can make the water do air. Whatever we like. Whatever we might want it to do. We might want it to do. It is a part of us. Part of us, and we a part of it. So we don't even have to think. Don't even have to. So we don't even have to think to obey, to command. Don't even have to command. We don't even have to think. We just do. We don't even have to think. We just do. And so does the water, and so does the water. Snow. No, that was the wrong dictionary. Snow. Twisted, coiled. Yeah. The water twisted. Its swirly self. Swirly self. Twisted its swirly self. Around Aphaea's fingers. As she was moving them individually, as she was moving each of them. She had raised her hand. She had raised her hand. Her right hand up high enough that Vesper could clearly see it. I guess in front of Vesper's face. High enough to be in front of Vesper's face. So that she could clearly see the mesmerizing. Liquid. Mesmerizing liquid dancing. Its long, snake-like body. With its long snake-like body going all the way down to the wash basin itself. Something along those lines. Going back down. I guess it's going up from and not back down. Going up from. Up from the bottom. Up from the bottom. Oh yeah. Linkin Park, let's go. I just thought that I think I might want to end this chapter in like, I want them to be slightly annoyed with each other. So like Vespa of course is not going to feel a thing with the water, but she's going to maybe say that she is, because you know how she feels. So she's going to lie, and the fire is going to be really not angry, but yeah, annoyed that she's lying, because that's not what that is about. It's not a test. And then I want Vespa to like apologetically ask, did you find anyone down in the catacombs? And of course, lampshade that we're going in a completely different direction to end the chapter. up from the clay wash basin, which was almost out of water. By now. All right. Got it. Faya asked, with what was probably an overly positive voice, with what was probably an overly positive voice. An overly positive voice. The water itself slowly untwirled from Faya's fingers, and and moved down into the basin and sunk itself. What's the antonym of raise? Raise. Dropped, decreased. I kind of would like a word that is... It's almost living. Like the water is intentionally laying down. Maybe laying down, is it? It's probably either lowered or laying down. And laid itself. And laid back. Now we're using back down. Actually, if I remove itself from here, laid itself. Move that over here. Itself back down into the basin. Without making a single drop of splash. Drop or sound. Sound resembling. A splash. By the way, we're at we're almost done 60 pages now, and that should mean that the ink, oh my god, is running dry. I don't know if you can see it really. You can sort of see through it. If I do this, no. I really needed a better way to show that. Well, I guess I'm gonna do it like this. This is empty still. Or two. So that's pretty cool. That's going to be the 4th ink cartridge that is has given its life to bring words to life on the pages. Yes. Semi splash at all. Bonk. Mm-hmm. But Vespa did not feel confident at all. That she might have got it. She might have got it. Indeed. She very much felt the same. She very much felt the same as all the other times. As all the other times. Oops, as all the a bit of double D. Just to pad those word count numbers. Actually, then that the only thing she knew that she felt, the only thing that she knew she felt, she knew she felt was she didn't want to try. One, 2, and 3, and 4. Yeah, okay. Was a disdain. It's not really a disdain. Was a it was a. She knew she felt. The only thing that she knew she felt was a lack of will to even try. A lack of will to even try. Okay. Your turn. Faya said, and lifted her left hand up from the basin. It wasn't even wet. It wasn't even wet. as she used it to run through Vespa's hair a single time. A single time. Not to worry, I believe in you. Ooh, look at how close we are to page 16 being done. 60, not 16. Oh yeah. Not to worry. There's no pressure. Just take your time. Vespa tried to make herself more comfortable, tried to make herself more comfortable. But no matter how she placed her knees, but no matter how she placed her knees, every position was seemed as uncomfortable as the other. Does that make sense? Every position seemed just as annoying, uncomfortable, uncomfortably, painful, rough, awkward. Yeah, let's go with awkward. Awkward. As the other. Just as uncomfortable as the other. She then finally leaned forward and placed her left hand, placed her left hand and placed the left hand into the already still water. Still again water. Affair was right. Actually, this should be up there, I think. Had been right. It was indeed. A little bit chilly. And then she says, what? Okay. A fire began to instruct. A fire began to instruct. Just want a little bite. Hey, Hannah Foreman is here in the chat. Welcome. Afternoon. Afternoon. Where might you be located, Hannah? Since it's afternoon. Here where I am, it is 5 minutes to 9 p.m. the Central European time. Whoa, my spelling. That's all right. Spelling is not important in NaNoWriMo. It's just getting the words down, right? But afternoon, that will place you somewhere around the east coast of the US, maybe? But anyway, very, very happy to have you here. It's good to have you here. Okay, good. Look at how close we are to the 60th page. Good. Now close your eyes. Vesper did as she was told. Hannah says, I literally finished classes. Tests today. Oh no, not tests. And now I finally have time to write. Good to hear. Good to hear that. We're also doing a test here in the story. Vespa is just about to see if she can actually do water magic, which, spoiler alert, she cannot. And she is dreading it. I hope the test went well for you, though. Well, I guess maybe you don't know already, but I hope you felt good about the tests then. Yeah, there we go. Closing her and trying to focus everything in her mind. On the water in the wash basin. In the wash basin. And not. The feeling of failure. That she was almost certain would overcome her. Sooner rather than later, or maybe in a short while, just a short while, So what did Aphia say the water felt like? Then I want to close your eyes and now and feel the water, really feel it. Slightly cold, how the water develops your hand, every nook and cranny, every finger and wrinkle. And says, so I didn't really hear what you said. For some reason my sound is only working on my phone and not my laptop. Oh. Well, I did ask you a couple of things. I ask you first where you were located, since you said afternoon, and I guessed the east coast of the USA. And then I ask if the tests went well, if you felt the tests went well today. I don't know if you heard that or not, but... And also I welcomed you to the stream and the chat, and it is very good to have you here. Sorry, there was only one bite left of my dinner, so 2 bites, but so I might as well, I thought. Can you feel the water? Faya asked. Yeah, I live in Virginia. My test, well, let's just say I tried my best. Thank you. Well, that is good. Tried your best, that's the most you can do. But screw those tests, now it's NaNoWriMo time. How are you doing? I'm doing great, I think, actually. I think things are going much smoother than they did yesterday. So that's good. I did put a major ink explosion, not a major one, but an ink explosion, and smudged it out over one of my pages, so that was pretty sad. But yeah, we are almost done with 4 pages today after 4 hours of streaming, so that's great. And I think I'm definitely going to write another page, and then we'll see from there. Also, don't be fooled by the day 13 marker. It's supposed to be somewhere on this page here, on page 61, but I've royally messed up my page markers, I noticed yesterday and today. Oh no, that's exciting. Well, I don't know if I would call smudging ink all over everything exciting, but I would call the writing exciting, and it is going well. This chapter is getting longer than I expected. It apparently is a thing of mine, and it's probably just because I'm rambling on. But you know, oh well. Mm-hmm. Yes, this one should just be feel, not in italics. Like really feel it. Vespa was a little unsure. A little unsure of what to say. Sure, she felt the water and it was cold and wet. Sure, she felt the water. It was cold and wet. And a little bit cold. Cold. But she wasn't sure if it was just 60 pages. Boom! 60 pages in 10 days. That, I think, is very nice. Very, very nice. That means we're going to 61. Yoink! If it was just like how Affair wanted her to feel it, wanted her to feel it. Mm-hmm. I think so. Maybe. She answered. Do you feel it around? Do you feel it around your fingers? In every wrinkle, in every wrinkle, nook and cranny. How is that a question mark? Again. Vespa wasn't entirely sure. Wasn't entirely sure. Oops. She could definitely. She could definitely keep writing feel, but I guess that is the idea, like feeling it. It's about feeling. Do we have another word for feel? Thesaurus, please. Feel. Quality perceived by feeling. So we definitely sense it. Yeah. Definitely perceive it, experience it. Let's just go with feel. She could definitely feel. Around her hand and fingers. But she wasn't so sure about the other things. About the other things. She just not so sure about the other things. She wasn't even sure her hands had wrinkles. She wasn't even sure that her hands had wrinkles. Yes. Vespa decided to answer. Vespa decided to answer. I wonder when when the ink cartridge dries up. If it's going to be today or tomorrow. Tomorrow. She was trying very hard though. Very hard to do as her older sister said. Which was clearly invisible, clearly visible, which was clearly visible on her face. Say something about Afaya enjoying that she can see how much he tries, probably. Clearly visible on her face. Good. Very good. Afaya smiled. Seeing how hard Vesper was trying. Despite her reluctance to even begin. To even do the exercise. The exercise. Training. Thesaurus. To even do the training. Exercise. Practice. Practice might be something to work out. Let's just go with exercise. Exercise. to even do the exercise. Now focus on the chilling feeling. Focus on the chilling feeling. The chilling of the water. Dot dot dot. Focus on chilling of the water. Vespa focused with all of her brain power. Vespa focused with all of her might, with all of her focused with all of her focus. Yes, that's how we describe it. No, I inked it. I smudged it again. Smudge City. Focus said. With all of her brain power, focused with all of her brain power. Can we say that? Is that too weird? It's not now. On the coldness. That enveloped. Just as she was asked. Just as she was asked. Brain power. Is that weird? Comment there. her face contorted. 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 Her face contorting more and more. As hard. Her face contorting as hard as she could. There's a siren going on outside. What? Oh shit, that's the fire brigade. Okay, interesting. Well, not very interesting. It's just like right outside. And to this side, there's a parking lot and some houses. And on that side, I have the main road. The fire brigade was on that side. That's not a good sign. At least it's not in my building. That wouldn't be good for my NaNoWriMo account if I burned up in flames. Just throwing that out there. As hard as you could. Now it's time for you to take a deep breath. And take that chilly feeling with you through your body, through your body. Vespa. Vespa did something. Waiting a second or two. Do we have seconds in this world? Well, we do have seconds, but time. We could say waiting a count or two, but now it's second, at least for now. Waiting a second or two. Just to make sure whether or not she was indeed, whether or not she was indeed feeling the chill. Vespa opened her mouth wide, her mouth wide. And drew in as much air as she could possibly contain, as she possibly could. Even making herself a little dizzy in the process. Even making herself a little dizzy in the process. Whoops. Good. Afaya said. Afaya. Okay, I can feel the ink running dry. Afaya said. With her gaze locked onto her little sister. Her sapphire gaze. Sapphire. the chill is going. Oops. It's going all the way through your body. It's going all the way through your body now. Is it not? She sounded encouraging, happy. She sounded encouraging. Happy even. Vesper wasn't entirely sure why. Wasn't entirely sure why though. I kind of also just realized that Afaya is, of course, she's another mentor to Vespa. She's just not the one she like really needs to find herself, even if she wanted to. So that's a bit funny. And I guess this is also a sort of test in the test allies and enemies of the hero's journey. So they are becoming a little bit jumbled together, but I still think it makes sense to work with it. Yes. Even though she was even more unsure, she was even more unsure. last time. She was asked a question. She was asked a question. Vesper still decided to agree that she could agree that she could if she had opened her eyes, she gave her answer. She would have seen her older sister. She would have seen her older sister. She would have seen her older sister leaning in with an unexpected anticipation painted on her face, and the way she stood on her face, and even the way she stood, and even the way that she was standing. Oh my god, you almost can't see. It's like 1/3 of a page to the end of page 61. Cool, very cool. Very good. Fair almost whispered. How the hell do you see it? Clear the throat. face very close to Vespa. Now. She had to clear her throat. She had to clear her throat. Before continuing her guidance, continuing her guidance. And then when you're ready, when you feel the water in your heart, the water in your heart, when you feel like you know the water. And that it knows you. You reach into the wash basin, with your right hand. Dot. Oh, look at how close we are to finishing page 5 for today. That's pretty good, I'd say. Very pretty good. Into the wash basin. There was nothing but silence for a while. A silence oozing. Oh, I don't think I want to say oozing. That's a bit weird. Oozing. Emanating. Yes. Emanating. That's the word I'm looking for. Emanating. Yes. Emanating with. Anticipation and struggle. Anticipation and struggle. They should probably move around. With anticipation and struggle. By the way, I think we've reached the day 13 marker today, even though it's on the next page up there. But it's way off where it should be. Don't know how I placed that, to be honest. The silence emanating with anticipation and struggle. And then Vespa with her tongue. Tongue sticking out just a little. Reached for the water. With her right hand. I just thought like she could so she has her left hand down in the water, right, and her right hand like right above it, and then she could start moving her left hand slightly, causing the water to ripple a little bit, and then a fire would be all, oh, it's happening, and then suddenly realizing that she's moving her left hand. And that nothing is in fact happening. So that way we get a little There's a little bit of lie, there's a little bit of fear of disappointment in there. I think that's a good way out of this chapter. Because I do have a way that I want Vesper to ask, like kind of meekly, just before Vesper goes. And in order for her to be kind of meekly, she should be, you know, she should have done something wrong, I think. Something that she herself knows is wrong as well. Affair. We are definitely running out of ink now. Could hardly breathe. Oh, just as I said that. Okay, be right back. The ink cartridge is in my living room, not here, so 1 second. The ink cartridges was here and not in my living room after all. This is the final one. This is the final one. This is the final one in this package. I have never used a package so quickly before. 10 days. I've used one of these in 2 days on average. Honestly, that's wild. That's so wild. But yeah, I still have a bunch of them left, so it's not like it's going to be a problem. I think that's worthy of a little highlight. Whoops, sorry. A little highlight note. Yeah, that's 10 minutes. So around 0501 ink pack, big letters pack. All out. 10 days. 10 days. I think that's pretty wild. And I'm actually very, very, very proud of that. Look at that. I'm saving my my fallen comrades. And saluting them. they have done their duty well. Could hardly breathe. Hoping beyond hope. It looks so funny. It looks so amazingly funny. Just like less ink, and then there's hardly any ink left and breathe, and then boom. Fat letters. Fat letters are fat. Oh yeah. Hoping beyond hope that the water would move ever so little. Just a small ripple. I just need to make sure. I have a krusning. Okay, that's ripple. Okay. Just a small ripple was enough. But the water was entirely still. Vesper's hand hovering over it. All stretched out. Boom. All stretched out, slowly beginning to slowly beginning to shake. As she tried her hardest. And then it happened. And then it happened. The tiniest of all ripples. Ripples. But it was there. And then another one. Then another. Slightly bigger. One joined. Soon little waves. Soon little waves. Waves. Filled the... Soon little waves filled the page 61. Oh yeah, boys and girls. Page 61. That I believe was, well, almost page 5 for today. Let's have a little count, shall we? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you know, we started at the 3rd line here, 4th line, I guess. So we're almost done 5 pages today in almost 5 hours, so that's great. It has been running quite smoothly. And I'm feeling just fine, so I'm definitely going to keep going. Let's see if we can do all of page 62 as well. It would help for our goal, our overall goal of reaching +4 in our daily count. +4 ahead as soon as possible. So let's just continue, shall we? We are +3 ahead now, definitely. We are over 3 days ahead. We're beyond marker 13. Even though the marker is there, it's supposed to be somewhere on page 61. Like, that, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, fill the simple clay wash basin. The simple clay wash basin. Afia found herself having the hardest time. Found herself having the hardest time. Hardest time containing herself, her excitement, her happiness, her relief, her excitement, her happiness, her relief. She kept staring. She simply kept staring. Staring at She simply kept staring at the waves. The uneasy water. The uneasy, riled up. Underneath. Now we're definitely beyond 6 pages for today. No, 5 pages. Yeah, 5 pages. Sweet. Rile up water underneath Espa's hand. Mm-hmm. We say, but something odd happened, or didn't happen. We say that? Does that make sense? But the water was weird. But as time went on, the excitement and happiness of a fair. Let's move this, even though you're going to move a lot later, maybe tomorrow. The excitement and happiness of a fair. Turned strange. I don't know if you can say that, but I'm going to. Turn strange. Oops. Word. the waves. These small waves. The small waves never seem to amount to anything. Never seemed to amount to everything. Oops. To everything other than just that. And Vesper's right hand never was never raised. Lifting a slender swirl of water with it. Right hand. Not just her right hand was never raised. I'm just sort of wondering if I should just break the tension here with Afaya saying, "Stop moving your hand." It's like it's very, very tough cut in the atmosphere and the tension of the scene. Well, tension. It's a light tension, anyways, but. You know. Yes, let's just go with that. It's actually not too bad, and I don't really know what else it should be. Stop moving your left hand. Stop moving your left hand. Afeya. Stood up straight. Stood up straight. And coldly said. Vespa opened her eyes. Opened her eyes to look. At her older sister. And did as she was told. Did as she was told. The water in the wash basin and the clay wash basin immediately stopped its waves. And slowly returned to its relaxed state, to its relaxed and still state. I don't know if that's too modern saying state here. Modern? Too modern? Modern? As Vespa caught the icy glare of her older sister, she Immediately. She immediately what? She immediately turned away. In not embarrassment, but she definitely immediately turned away. Maybe just immediately turned away. Full stop. Why lie and put on a show? The disappointment. Disappointed. No, that's only with one S. Disappointed. Disappointed! As the meme goes. Disappointment. God damn it. Man. Disappointment was hardly hidden in affairs. As he crossed her arms. Her vambraces clanking. This should probably go over here. But what ifs, bruv? No, not Vespa didn't immediately know what to say. Immediately know what to say. dot. She sat on her small legs, No, that was supposed to be on. She sat on her small legs with her hands in her lap. Her dark linen pants absorbing the water still on her left hand. So there's also a stark contrast here, where when Afaya took her hand out of the water, all of the water, like it was dry, all the water was back in the wash basin. And here, of course, Vespa cannot control the waters. So her hand is wet, as you would expect. I don't know. It was hard to, it was difficult. To hear any of the words, any of the words that did cross the threshold of Vespa's lips. And it took a long time for them to get there. And it even took a long time, a long trek. I don't know. I'm gonna say word. For them to get there. And it even took a long... It even took a long trek for them to get there. Speak up. It was not difficult to hear. It was not difficult. To hear a fire. What's the word? She's not embarrassed, but she's like, she got caught. I guess embarrassment. Embarrassed. Ashamed. Yeah, I guess that's it. They were much louder than how she usually spoke. Than how she usually spoke. You know, just about half a page before we're done with page 62. I think we can do that. Yeah. I do think so. I feel like we definitely also need to be done with this chapter soon. Yeah, are we 10 pages in? Yes. We are actually just about 10 pages in. I don't know how I feel about it, because I feel like the higher tension chapters are not as long as these lower level ones, and I don't quite know. I guess I won't know. We won't know until like the whole thing is done, right? And we can sort of better tell the flow. I don't know. Shame flew out of Vespa. as she tried to answer again, as she tried to answer again. I completely lost my train of thought. Actually, for some reason, I was thinking about when in the future I'm going to publish this on my webpage and like how I should make the UI for like going back and forth through chapters, because I think I want to publish the chapters like one at a time instead of the whole thing. You know, have a bit of an episodic adventure. That could be kind of fun. Vespa. Affair squatted. Down to the table. Her little sister on it. Staring at the clay. At the clay wash basin. And not what was that mean? I don't know the word. That's... I remember. But that's not what I'm looking for. Staring at the clay base and not... showing anything. Not showing any anything but the shame. On her face. That's bad. It's never going to work. If you lie about it. But said and immediately stopped to think. Immediately stopped to think. But I so wanted it to happen. It to happen. This time. But I couldn't see, I couldn't feel. I couldn't feel the water. The water like you said. I just can't. I just can't. I just can't do it, Captain. I just can't do it. I actually shouldn't be drinking this much water this late. It's almost 11 o'clock here. I'm just going to be up all night to pee. And you look so happy. When you thought I was doing it. Dot dot dot. Oh, so many dot dot dots. Feierhoft. You peaked. Only a little bit. I didn't want to disappoint you. Ah! Disappoint. Disappoint you again. Closing in on the end of page 62. Alrighty, Roo. Let's do this last bit of the stretch, and then I'll end the stream. Was I shaking the old screen? Oops, sorry. Come here. A fire. This girl is a fire. I think I made that joke last time as well, or maybe time before that. Fire reached. Reached around Vespa. And dragged her in. The steel of Aphaeus plate armor. Gave Vespa more of a chill. Gave Vespa more of a chill. steel than the water ever had. Than the water in the clay wash basin, in the wash basin ever had. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disappoint you. I promise. Vespa apologized. Apologized. Once again, fighting back tears. I feel like she already fought back tears in this chapter, but I don't remember it actually. Fighting, once again, fighting back tears. Don't be sorry, be better. Boom. Okay, let's go the last stretch for today. I don't know what to say, my beloved. fair said. As Vesper started. Hulge. Sob. Started to sob. Into her neck. I am a little disappointed. Disappointed. To tell you the truth. To tell you the truth. Vesper started wailing. Clutching her older sister tighter. Clutching her older sister tighter. But not because you what? Couldn't feel the water like I admit that I was hoping, like I admit that I was hoping. I'm a little disappointed. Because you lied to me. There it is, page 62. Let's have a couple of lines more so we're sure that we have reached 6 pages today. Page 63. When I started today, I thought I would only be able to do 5 pages, a little over 5 pages maybe. So this is great. Yay! This is very nice. thought it was better to fake it than just telling the truth. I'm just so scared that I'll never be able to do it. And then I'll never become a paladin. Never become a paladin like you. Vesper had managed to get her feelings under control. Control again, at least somewhat. As she wiped her nose. And I get that. Afea reassured but not everyone gets it right away. It can take a long time for some and not so long for others. Not so long for others. But you were my age. You were my age when you joined. When you began squirehood. Squire Ho. Let's go who instead of Squire Ho. And with that, we'll say that was the end of today's live stream. Over 6 pages. Let's have a count for good measure, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we start. So we need to count this. So it's 2 down. So it's 6 and 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we don't count the last 6 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 6 pages and 4 4 lines. And I think we've done that amount before, but let's go check up on it, shall we? Day 10. The progress is 6 pages and 4 lines. 2,226. Well, it's the very first day of NaNoWriMo. On the 10th day of NaNoWriMo, we managed to do the exact same as the first one. Well, probably somewhat. You know, it's all about averages. But that also means that we've made progress to 22,552. So let's go update our glorious progress, shall we? So this is day 10 progress. Day 10 progress. Boom. And the progress is 22,522. We might even, probably not, but we might even make it to halfway tomorrow. That would be wild. That would be sick if we could do that. But I doubt it. It will at least happen Wednesday. Our progress needs to be updated, of course. Progress bar. There you are. The progress bar needs to go to 629. And that means our duel needs to go to 600, no, under 600 now, 592 pixels down. And there we have it, guys. There we have it. We almost did 6.5 hours. That was a little longer than I actually originally intended, but I am happy that we got so far. I will make sure to update the daily markers for tomorrow. Not that, I guess you guys don't really care about that, but I care. It annoys me quite a lot, actually. But now I know what is wrong, so it should be easier to do, right? Alright, with that said, thank you guys so much for watching. Remember to like this video if you haven't already. Remember to subscribe if you want to follow along with my fantasy writing. Not just for NaNoWriMo, but also for the next bit. I'm Dios in the chat with a very nice thank you so much, and very nice on you on keeping up your streak of getting the last word in the chat. It's awesome. Thank you for being here. Right, that was it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, we write our own stories. Bye. Oh, and I'll see you tomorrow.